agenda as revised.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as revised to delete the library fund budget off the agenda.
Thanks, Ryan. Do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Sari. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, the motion carries. All right, so item 7, consideration and possible action regarding the approval of the minutes of the meeting held on June 26, 2025. Do we have a motion to approve those minutes or any discussion of the minutes that we need to consider?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Sue Segura seconds. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, the motion carries. All right, so it is time for our Board of Trustees report. Is there anybody that would like to put in for that report today? Everybody is very quiet. On my end, I just wanted to commend the work of the library director and staff as we got into the start of school. They did a lot of preparation and a lot of communication so that they could be in place for that opening of the school and they could serve their nearest neighbor of that middle school and the school district, and I think that they've done a really good job with that. I also would like to commend the amount of communication that we've been receiving out of the library. I think that there has been just a very open policy of letting us know what they're working with and letting us know what they're thinking as they're working through this point of change, and I've really, really appreciated that from them. If there are no other things to add to that report.
Actually, I'll add one
Sari,
more
do you?
thing. I think this was last month, but the Division of Wildlife thing I went to, and it was very well attended, standing room only, because all the seats were taken, of course, and it was just very thorough, and I greatly enjoyed that, so.
Thank you, Sari. I know that their programming has been very popular this summer, and I thought that that was an excellent piece of it. I saw the kind of write-up on it, so. Anybody else want to jump in on any reporting? Okay. We will move on to the library director's report. Now, this one, we're a little bit out of the ordinary today because our library director, our interim director, is helping provide tour and staff support for the people that are going to be applying for and interviewing for the director position today. So she sent in her very thorough report, and I wondered if anybody had anything that they wanted to prize out of that report during this time.
I really liked in the statistics that it indicated how far up or down the statistics went, and I'm not sure that that's new, but I did enjoy it and find it helpful. And I thought the report was thorough and well put together, and I enjoyed it.
I am enjoying the granularity of the report. There's a lot of information in it, and a lot of effort has been made. You can tell that in these reports that Penny is sending to us, we've got a lot of staff involvement, and there is a great deal of focus on the community and what the community is needing. They are putting out another call from the community to give them some feedback and communication. There's quite a bit here in training. So they have been very, very active this month. It's been a busy one for them. Does anybody have anything else that they'd like to mention or any points of interest in this report?
There was two things I want to mention. The first thing, I love the graphs and charts that Jay provided, but I would really like the hard statistics too, because that's the way my brain works. So, you know, the month to month, comparing month to month with Hoopla, gate count, programs, all of that stuff. If they can include that with the graphs and charts, I would really appreciate it, just because that's the way my brain functions. That's how I interpret information better. And the second thing I wanted to mention with Penny's report, yes, it was very thorough, and on there, she had mentioned some reluctance with programming, middle school programming, so I was wondering if maybe we could actually go to the middle school and ask the middle school students, or send out a survey to see what they want from the library, so we could kind of, I don't know, accommodate them when they are done with schoolwork. So
I think that those are two very good suggestions. I like the granular data too. My understanding with the middle school, and I think that this is just kind of coming because I've got a kiddo in the middle school too. They're at a point of change as well, and they're right at a very, very busy time of year. And so as I was reading through this, I thought, yeah, this makes some sense to me, that right now might be a point where they're reaching a little bit of a, I'm not certain if I can give you that answer, or I'm not certain what suggestion I could make towards that. But I think that if we remain diligent in just repeating that ask again, and then visiting, inviting people over,
Right.
and offering suggestions, I think that we'll get some good result from that. So I think that that's a really strong suggestion. I think that there's just a strong pattern in this report of an attention towards the service, and I think that that needs to be commended too. I appreciate how much work the schools are doing right now. So, is there anything else that we thought interesting? And
one more thing that was very interesting is the outreach programs. Even though they're short-staffed, I think the library needs to be commended about that, how even though they're short-staffed, they have gone to NUMA, they have gone to the Cantaloupe Festival. I think there was a third thing that they did too. And, you know, they're already very taxed, but then to put that extra effort in, I think that deserves some thank yous and congratulations for keeping us afloat.
I appreciate that, Sari. And with that, I think that there were two things in the report that have come through consistently in communication as well this month. One of them is that they're feeling keenly the staff position that's still open, and they're looking with a great deal of hope towards once we're done with this hiring process and once things matriculate through the hiring procedures, to being able to hire that position. It will certainly help them with outreach. The other thing is that they have been exploring coating the windows on the front of the library in order to protect the books and some of the other resources there at the front, because they find that the sun is causing some degradation to the titles and things like that. The quote that they got from Fallon Glass is quite high at $16,000. They do not have a line item in the budget for that, and they've asked us to at least pay attention to that and to start to think about that. I would anticipate that they're going to bring this back in some fashion for us, and so and certainly that they are going to. She says that she has mentioned it already to the CLA. But the CLA does not do facility upgrades. They do other forms of advocacy. So everybody put on your thinking caps and think about whether or not this is something that we can lend a little bit of support to. And I'm going to do, on my part, just a little bit more conversation with Penny to see if I can understand that problem a little bit more at depth, because in reading the report, I'd like to know a little bit more about what that damage looks like and what she's trying to address with this.
I think it's really important too because of safety. When you shelter in place, nobody can see inside the windows. We do it at the high school, and it's very effective.
I agree that the security issues are important, and I look forward to working with the new director once they're in place, getting that addressed.
Agreed. I thought that it was an excellent example of listening to staff and staff concerns and trying to run that through a process of understanding it. And so I thought this was really nice for us to kind of watch that process come through. And I'm going to, on my part, try to understand it a little bit more. It looks like it's going to be something that will come back to us. At that, we can move on to setting a date and time of our regular special library board meeting. We have here September 25th listed for our regular meeting at the regular 3 o'clock time. Does anybody have any problems with the 25th? Okay, so we all look good there. In our new business, I'd like to take these items slightly out of order. We have a very short piece on our agenda with the approval of the budget reports. We can have that discussion first, and then that leaves us some time for the district attorney's office to lead us in a little bit of a training for the upcoming interviews. So if you don't mind me just doing that, taking the item out of order, I'd like to move us to item B first, which is the approval of the monthly budget reports for July 2025. Does anybody have any discussion or question on the budget reports?
I have a question.
Okay.
So I was looking at them, and for almost everything, we're still at 100%. And this kind of concerned me because obviously the telephone bill is a monthly item, the utilities are a monthly item. I don't know who's in charge of it, and I don't know if that was just glanced over, but I don't know how it can still be at 100% for the month of July.
Okay, so Penny is the one that has been in charge of getting us these numbers, but if there's a concern about accuracy of that, what would be your suggestion? Would you like to have us ask her those questions and then approve on a provisional everything else that we see?
Yeah, that would probably be good. I did ask Penny about it, and she pulled it up, and she said, oh, the telephone bill was paid July 31st, and my brain wasn't working, and I should have said, well, then it should have been reported on here. So I think it was just a slight glitch in the system, and I'm just trying to help out so these glitches don't keep happening, and then we end up at the end of 3 months with no telephone bills reported or utility bills reported or reported on what we get on the budget statement.
I'm so grateful that you put that clarification in. So you did talk to Penny. You have the conversation going.
Yes.
And the request here is that we make sure that we provide the budget with an eye to accuracy on the most current payments of the pieces, that if it's a software issue, that we address it before the next budget item.
Yes.
Are you comfortable approving the budget as you see it with that understanding that in the future, all of these things will be to the most accurate
Yes.
if they are paid before the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Does anybody else have concerns about that? Does that feel okay? All right, so with that note, do we feel comfortable making a motion to approve the budget as we see it? Is there anything? Okay, you were making a move, I wasn't sure. Okay, perfect. Is there anything else that we need to discuss on this budget before we take that motion? Okay, then would somebody like to make a motion to approve the budget for July?
I'll make the motion to approve the budget as submitted.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, and the motion carries. Thank you. So now to our new business, our agenda item A. Jeff and Kim, I think this is yours.
Thank you. I think Kim will present her portion, and then I just have a couple 2 minutes to follow up on that.
Good morning, everyone. Kim Bronson, Churchill County Human Resources, for the record. I wanted to give you a quick update on how we came to where we are today at the interviews. So the applications were reviewed by myself and a review panel of the interim director and retired librarian. We narrowed down the candidate pool based on the qualifications outlined in the job description and in accordance with the guidance provided by this board.
How many applications did we have, Kim?
19.
19. How many met all qualifications? Is that probably something you're going to say?
Sue,
It
if you
is-
could just turn your microphone on when you're talking, just so it can be recorded. Sorry, I know it's a
Okay,
pain
sorry.
to on, off.
Sorry, I
on
thought
it.
my voice was
Thanks.
loud now.
Nine met the minimum qualifications.
Thank you.
So like I said, we narrowed down the candidate pool, and then we selected the top of those to do preliminary interviews, from which that pool we selected several candidates for in-person interviews consistent with the board's request to see 3 to 5 applicants. Unfortunately, we did have 2 candidates withdraw their application for consideration. And while this is not unusual in any recruitment process, the timing for the withdrawal did not allow us to invite alternate candidates. So that being said, we have 2 candidates that are being interviewed this afternoon. And then I would like to, I guess, give a review of that process. Okay. So each of you will be provided with an interview folder, and in that folder, there's going to be an interview schedule, a job announcement for your reference, candidate applications, interview questions. I wanted to note that the interview questions were designed to help determine the qualifications and fit of each candidate, and they are a mix of updated questions used in past hiring processes and new questions developed out of a recent staff survey conducted by the interim library director. Also in there will be candidate rating sheets. Each candidate will be rated in 5 key dimensions with a rating of 1 to 5 for each section for a maximum total of 25. And then there'll also be note paper in there as well. The candidate rating guide, as you can see on your screen, this will be inside the front cover of your folder right underneath the schedule. So this provides guidance on how to rate the candidates on the rating sheet. So you're going to want to rate one dimension at a time, consider each one separately, and note that a rating of inadequate in any dimension indicates your judgment is that the candidate should be eliminated from further consideration. And then you're going to want to refer to your notes that you take during the interview process to kind of refresh your memory as you go through each of these sections.
Kim, I have a question.
Sure.
It's open meeting, It's open meeting, anything you write down is public record.
Oh.
On the comments, yes? Jeff?
Yes, anything
Okay.
you write down, I would just assume that that is going to be seen by someone.
Okay.
It's public record, but I don't know that we're going to be reviewing those comments today.
Right.
Yeah. We've also built in 15 minutes between the interviews, so you have time to conduct or to rate your sheets immediately after, so your memory is fresh and you're doing it based on that person's performance in the interview. Once both interviews have been completed, the ratings will be totaled, and then we'll give you a summary, and that should be a starting point for your discussion and deliberation. Whether, 1, 2, or how that plays out. Do you have any questions before we move on? Okay. There's one other sheet in the packet, which is double-sided, It's prohibited topics and potential rating errors. And Jeff is going to tell us about topics to avoid during discussion and common rating errors. Okay?
All right, I'll just take a minute or two here. This is Jeff Weed for the record. It's nothing that none of you haven't heard before or don't know before. I think Dr. Segura hit the nail on the head to remember that this is done in an open meeting, and so whatever you say or do or write may live until the end of time, and so and would be reviewable by the public, and so remember that. And so try to avoid kind of side conversations with each other while you're up there on the bench, and then there's a couple breaks that occur as well, and it's natural to want to talk and meet and discuss, but just refrain from doing so, as that can lead to discussion. And so all the deliberation and the action needs to be done on the record as a board. I'll just encourage and advise you to, I'll just say, stick to the script. Essentially, you're going to have the questions. I think it's indicated on there who is asking which question, as it has been done in the past. Follow-up questions are appropriate if needed. It's not a casual conversation. It's not just, hey, how's it going? It's a formal interview, and so, but if there is a follow-up question, just ensure that it's related back to the initial question asked, and it's a follow-up on something that the candidate provided. There's only 2 candidates, and so there's not a lot of room to get way off track on 8 different candidates, and so it shouldn't be too much of an issue, but just you're evaluating and judging on the same criteria, the same questions, and so just keep that in mind as you ask those questions. Again, well-known common knowledge to steer clear of things like people's race, color, religion, sex, sexual orientation, national origin, age, disability, genetic information, those kind of things. You'll see on the prohibitive topics, there's a list at the bottom of it that kind of shows a lot of times we have good intentions and we want to know a certain piece of information, but the way we ask it is not necessarily the way, it's not the real reason we're asking the question to get the information. For example, you might say, well, Jeff, you look kind of old, or you look kind of young, but really what we're wanting to know is, hey, what kind of experience do you have? How long you've been working in this field, those kind of things. And so you'll see that on on that paper to just be cautious of those things. I'm not going to go over the potential rating errors and problems. You can look at that. Essentially, it's just look at the candidates and judge them on a whole. Don't focus on one particular thing they're good at or not good at. Some people are better at public speaking. Some people are better at portraying themselves in a certain way. Just look at all the criteria that are on your list, judge them accordingly, and do it based on those legally allowed criteria. And so that's what I've got, unless there's any questions or any particular concerns that the board has.
I have one question. Reading through the resumes, are we allowed to ask any questions privy to the resume, or no? That's just for our pre-knowledge, and that's where it ends.
Well, the resume is included in the agenda packet, so it's public information, public knowledge. If it's directly related to a question that has been asked and vetted and is included in the packet, then I think you could ask potentially a follow-up, depending on what the answer is, those kind of things. But generally, I would keep that to this is their resume. I've seen it. I know their background, and then I'm gleaning the knowledge from these interview questions.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And sorry, I guess one more thing, sorry, Madam Chair, to cut you off. At the conclusion, you guys will discuss and take action, whatever that action may be. Whether you want, probably HR to go and negotiate with the candidates, you probably will want to rank them. Here's our first choice, here's our second choice. Please go make whatever offer or negotiate whatever the board decides to do. It's always an option to do nothing, to not hire someone too. Just know that's an option out there. We'd have to have another meeting and discuss what the choices are going forward, and so hopefully it can be done today, and that the board can make a decision. But just as you come to that spot, I'll answer any questions you may have. But yeah.
I have one more question, I'm sorry. With the salary, is it, they have to start at the top, the very first salary, or are we allowed to kind of do like we did last year and say, well, they could start at this higher rate of salary even though they're just barely coming in?
Well, you're likely budgeted, I haven't gone back and looked at it, you're likely budgeted for whatever the previous director was at, whatever step. I don't remember if she started at step 1 or step 2, but whatever she's budgeted at, that's within your budget. And so that would probably be a range that you could discuss if it's going to be significantly above that, or because we're early in the year, sometimes you have a gap. And so you've got these 4 or 5 months that you've had no budget expenditures on this particular issue, so you've got a little bit of a pot to draw from. That's not as much the case as we're just in August of the new fiscal year, and so you're looking at step 13, that's probably not a possibility, but yeah, probably starting down there on those bottom
Okay,
bottom
thank
range.
you.
And just as we did in the past search, Human Resources will handle some of that negotiation for us because they know a little bit more about the criteria for the steps and all of those pieces. So we authorize them to do that on our behalf. Do we have any other questions or concerns about the process? Any thoughts?
I know that our budget is set, but I just want to say that I think it really is a struggle with housing costs here. And I don't know, other than just saying that it would be great if we could pay people more because of the high cost of living. I realize that we don't have a lot of leeway in as far as actually doing that, but I do think it's important to note that it would be good if we could pay people more.
To leave this up to HR. Economy across our nation is tough. Everything is tough. But I think the more consistent HR is in the county, the better off we are as a board.
I appreciate both of those comments, and I think that they are received by HR with the spirit in which they are intended. I think that it is a priority of the board to be able to offer the best salary that we can within the limits of our practical budget, and that we also do give a great deal of trust to HR to be able to handle those negotiations with the professionalism that they've used for the county as well. So it is important for us that if we have a strong candidate, we use the resources at our disposal in order to pay them a wage that helps them enjoy our community and to live here sustainably for a long period of time. Is there any other question or comment or discussion that we would like to put in for this? All right. Well, I just appreciate both of you in helping us do this well and in giving us that insight. And I think that that lets us go into our recess. We have a recess until 12:15 when we will come back for our first interview. So I'll see you guys at that time.
Thank you.
And we will start with our first interview with Jennifer Collins. So Jennifer, what I'm going to do is first, I'm going to introduce you to our board. I'll let our board members introduce themselves to you, and then I'll explain the interview process to you. So I am Jessica Rowe. I'm the chairwoman of the board. And Ryan, do you want to?
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Jennifer. I'm Ryan Swarzik. I'm Vice Chair of the Library Board of Trustees.
Good to meet you.
And I'm Sue Segura.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Sari Kaler, and I'm the secretary of the Board of Trustees.
Oh, okay. Good to meet you,
Hello, I'm Maddie Cerna.
Maddie. Good.
Nice to meet you.
All right, so for our interview process, the interview itself will last about 75 minutes or so. There are 17 questions, some of which have multiple parts. Gauge the amount of time spent in response to each question accordingly. The board will ask the questions, we'll be asking questions that will be addressed to all the candidates, so you are all being evaluated on the same information, and the members of the board will be taking notes to assist in the evaluation process. So even if our eyes are in different places, we are still listening.
Okay, sure.
Okay. I have the first question. I hope that the tour and the discussion this morning gave you a feel for the position and its requirements. We want to start off by asking you, why did you apply for this position?
I feel like I have a lot to bring to the position. I have 12 plus years in librarianship. I worked 9 years with Houston Public Library. I started out as a children's librarian and did that for 3 years. And I feel like I have a lot that I can bring to young librarians who are just coming into the field, that I can coach and mentor them. And today I saw how energetic and enthusiastic they are. A real good team. I really enjoyed the energy of the group. So I feel like I can fit in and I can contribute. And on a personal note, I do have family that doesn't live too far from here. I could visit Christmas and Thanksgivings, which would be a plus. And I think I could be a good fit.
I appreciate that. I have a follow-up on it. What are your goals in the next 5 to 10 years? Where do you see yourself?
I still see myself working here in 5 to 10 years. I think I would like to see a bigger footprint for the library, whether that be because I was reading the survey results, and there wasn't. I understand there's not funds for a new library, but I think we could do some creative things to expand the library footprint. Maybe a bookmobile, or what some other library systems call, or pop-up libraries, which are just not a full-blown library, but a space that is just electronics and laptops and just the digital stuff, not the print, and that way, over the time, it could expand the library footprint even without building another facility.
I appreciate that. Sue will take on the second question.
Good morning or good afternoon. If you could sum up your managerial style into a few words, what would it be?
In a few words,
Uh-huh.
I would say hands-on. I would say just a person who has an open door policy and is willing to listen. Listening is a big part of it. Communication is a big part of it. So definitely keeping your door open and having, I believe this library does have something like a feedback button or a survey button where people can give their input right to the director, and it's not. I find that kind of information is very valuable. When people can kind of be anonymous, you're going to get the honest truth from people, and it helps. And when it's unfiltered that way, then you can you know better how to approach it, how to approach the answers or solutions, because you have gotten the most honest answer you're going to get when people feel very free when they're anonymous.
Okay. It's a follow-up question. Can you describe an issue you have experienced with an employee that required disciplinary action? How did you handle it, and what was the outcome?
Yeah. Letting people go is not fun. When I first got into librarianship, I thought, oh, I'm never going to have to do that. I'm never going to have to let anybody go. It'll never get that bad. And like almost the very first position I got, I had to let somebody go. And generally speaking, what comes up time and again is usually absenteeism or tardy. That seems to be the thing that comes up most often. What I do and the policies of the city that I was in at that time, you did they got 2 verbal warnings. Then you did on the third occasion, you did a written warning. The situation is a little different here, but they were, if they didn't make the correction, then they were transferred to a different department. And usually just the threat of that usually makes people make the correction, because Houston's a very large city, and most times people were already at a branch that was close to their home, or so they didn't have to travel as far. So just the threat of being moved usually made people make the correction.
Were you able to write a plan of assistance after the 2 verbal warnings?
I did, well, with the help of the HR department.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jennifer, I have your next question. Utilizing your past experience and insights, how do you envision creating shared value between the library and supportive community organizations?
Yes, a shared value. I think that the library can best communicate that through their outreach. As we all know, libraries, most of the resources people can access without ever having to leave the sofa of their house. They don't need to get off the sofa to read an electronic book or databases. They can go on ChatGPT and ask any reference question they want. So the library's strength is going to be their outreach and their footprint, and how even if you're small, you still have to appear big. And in doing that, you have to go to your schools, your churches. I've done library card signups in grocery stores, kind of like the Girl Scouts. You see that Girl Scouts have their table up at grocery stores. We get people, people to sign up at grocery stores, and of course, and then not only your outreach out into the community, but your outreach within your other city departments, which would be your health departments, your first responders, working with all those departments as well. So you work outwardly and inwardly with your outreach, so that you have all your bases are covered, and people are aware of the library and what you're doing, and they're invested in what you're doing. And so that's how I feel that the community is how we are. Well, we're all stakeholders in it, but it's a collaboration.
Thank you.
I have the next question. Why is programming important to library services?
Why is it important?
Yes, why is programming important?
Because as I was saying earlier, the way the technology is, we very little effort has to be expended from our patrons if they just want to use the electronic resources. It doesn't require that much engagement. It's the programming that you create and inspire and get people involved is why programming is so important. It's the only thing, it's the thing about libraries is we're social and cultural hubs, and we need to lean into that, because that's where the library's strength is going to be going forward. The books and will always be there, but it's a matter of how easy and accessible they are. It requires little effort from the patron to access them, so they're not that. I don't feel like they're that engaged, not as if they were coming to a program and going to story times and getting involved in that way. So it requires more effort on their part and on the staff's part to create it, and for them to also use it to have access.
Okay, thank you for that. I have a follow-up. Actually, I have two follow-ups. So, first one is, how do you determine what programs to offer?
You kind of you take a temperature of what has been successful in the past, like story time and summer reading club are like staples of a library. And then you kind of stretch out from there and see what other things you feel might be successful. You can also get feedback from your patrons. They many times will request certain things. So that's how you gauge it. And of course, the more people show up, that's a good thing. And so you continue to do that. You continue to build and give, try and you experiment. You try things that work and things that don't work. Sometimes sometimes it's just a matter of the time of day that you offer the program instead of not, it's not the program itself, but it's the timing of it. So you have to play with all of that to get the right fit and find the right fit for your program, and not that it's competing, because I've done that too. Spent a whole lot of time on a wonderful program, and no one told me that this event that's in the city that has a big turnout is the same day, the same time, so my event didn't go very well.
We've all done that.
Yeah, you just have to, keep experimenting until you find something that works.
Thank you for that. And my second follow-up is, how would you evaluate the program's success? You've kind of mentioned that, but if you want to go further.
Yeah, I like to see big numbers. I just feel like once you've gone through the trouble to plan it and organize it, and people don't show up, then I have to ask myself, was it the marketing? Was it the day that was wrong? Was it because we just can't spend our time and money and effort on programs that are not working. And there's so many ways to be creative and create something new and exciting. Just today, I was just blown away by how much the staff has been planning and doing in the absence of their director. A very self-motivated, self-directed crew. They're very good. They kind of know what they're doing and kind of have hit a groove, I feel like. And I just think, we just keep trying new things, and maybe, a little bit bigger, maybe trying some things that are a little bit more ambitious, I would say.
I'm Maddie, and I have the next question. This library is adjacent to a school. How will you manage the influx of middle schoolers to ensure a positive and safe library experience for them and other patrons during the after-school hours?
I think that was on one of the surveys I read, that there was no after-school program. And maybe that's something we need to look at. I think it would be a good idea because it would give them something constructive to do, because I think part of the problem is they don't have anything constructive to do. I don't know. I'm sure they've just gotten out of school, so they have a lot of energy in their and most times libraries are close to schools. They're the good ones are. So it's a matter of I think putting together some kind of program for them, and then letting them know that if you're just waiting for a ride, like if you're just waiting for a ride for your parent to pick you up, then do that. But but don't disrupt the people who do want to participate in any kind of program that the library is offering them, because I haven't seen it after school, but I'm pretty sure it's quite loud. I'm pretty sure it's loud. So I think we need to offer them something that they would really like, and I think offering them something that lets them burn off energy, and maybe we need to do a partnership with Parks and Rec. I don't know, but that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking of to kind of help that problem.
Thanks, Jennifer. I have the next one. How do you foresee new technologies playing a role in how libraries operate and serve their communities in the upcoming years?
Well, libraries already are pretty automated, because we have library automation, checking the books in, checking the books out, keeping patron records, all our, the acquisitions of all are in the catalog. We have self-checkout. We have all the electronics, ebooks. And so then we have Chat GPT. There's already a lot of automation and electronics in libraries already. I think what it needs is the more personality, or the more people input injected into it, asking teens to be creative and give their input on certain things instead of so much electronics, so much they're on social media so much. I think, showing them how to be creative and doing things that don't require a telephone is probably would be a big asset to them going forward in life. They need to learn how to communicate and not be afraid of public speaking and that kind of thing that shows them, life without a telephone.
I have a follow-up as well. In your current or previous roles, how have you integrated technologies such as artificial intelligence into daily operations or service delivery? You mentioned a few of them, but...
Yes, I use it quite a bit to write. It's a very important tool to help with writing. It has really cut down on my the time that it took to write reports and things. It's been a real blessing. I think children learn that AI is important to them, but I guess what kind of concerns me about it is they have taken a giant leap. Like, I wrote monthly reports and annual reports for years before I got to have an AI-assisted help. Because you still have to check the work. You still have to go over it. It's not, you can't just set it and forget it. You have to follow, and I don't think kids know that. They think they can put in a prompt and it just spits it out, and then they hand it to a teacher, never reading it. And so I think, because the teacher knows that a fourth grader paper that sounds like a college student wrote it, knows the difference. So I think it does, the technology doesn't allow them to grow in steps, and they have leapfrogged over all the steps in between, and they don't have those critical thinking skills that people who've done the work have. And that's what kind of concerns me about AI.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
I just used it to write a whole week's lesson plans, and the research that it provided me was amazing.
Yes,
I knew nothing about ag mechanics. So
It could-
here's my question. How do you handle challenges related to censorship, controversial materials, and programs?
yeah, if you're going to be in librarianship, the day is coming when somebody's going to say, this book shouldn't be on the shelf. This book, children shouldn't be in this, see this book. And I tell them the same way that you wanted to be able to have a book on the shelf that you prefer to read, someone else wants to have that same freedom. Now, in the case of children, we do have a children's area of the library that's specifically for children. Those books have been reviewed by professionals, and they have been deemed worthy to be put on our shelf. If it is a case of we're worried that the book might wind up being torn or damaged because of this unpopular reputation that this book has, we put it behind the shelf, not because people dislike it, but to keep it from being damaged or ruined. And then that way, someone, can still see the book or view the book, even though it's not openly on an open shelf. So we don't get rid of the book, we protect the book, and if someone asks for it, it's there. But it might not be on an open shelf.
Okay. Follow-up question. How do you balance intellectual freedom with community values?
It's kind of, it's always going to be a debate about whose values are more important. That's why we kind of set goals for the books. We check professional reviews of a book. Then our librarians look over the books as well. And so the book has been vetted and has been deemed valuable to be put on our shelf. If someone has a view that they think this book should not be on the shelf, usually what happens, it's reviewed again, and usually the book goes back out on the shelf. Unless, like I said earlier, it's thought that someone's going to try to destroy the book, and then it's put off shelf behind the bed.
Can you provide an example of a challenge that you've managed with this problem?
With censorship per se, I have usually the books that get the most feedback on are books that usually have, many times it's not even the text, it's the pictures and the images that get a book banned or something. And those books are usually put behind the desk, behind the shelf, because they have images that people find offensive. So it happened, I know, years ago with Madonna's book, Mapplethorpe. He did a lot of black and white photographs, but and so we wind up with all these books behind behind the desk. But at the same time, some adult can still come in there and ask for it, but it won't be on an open shelf where the kids are getting a hold of it or can destroy it or anything like that.
I have your next question. Tell us about your experience developing and working with a budget.
Yes, I've worked with big budgets, little budgets. Usually the budget that the library has is a reflection of its circulation. We come up with numbers that are a direct reflection of how much people are using print materials, how often they're using the computers. We keep all those statistics, we keep all those numbers, and when we develop a formula for how much we're going to set aside for children's books, YA books, adult books, on the circulation numbers of previous years. And I was just speaking with the interim. I've been using Zanzibar and Banner to keep track of my expenditures. You start with your standing orders, your books that you purchase every year, all the serials and your periodicals, your newspapers, all that you purchase every year, and then you have your discretionaries, which is going to be like office furniture, supplies, and so the standing orders are the priority, and then your discretionary is the things that can wait. And that's how I kind of prioritize my budget, and then I keep track of the budget through a software program like Zanzibar or Banner. I think you all use something else, but yeah, we're keeping track of electronically. That's another way of keeping track of your expenditures through some type of electronic software.
Okay. I have a follow-up question. How have you handled an unexpected necessary expense that was not included in the budget?
If you know about the expenditure at the first of the fiscal year, that's the best scenario. That way you can probably take the whatever that expenditure is out of the discretionary. It's a little different when your supervisor comes to you. You've already spent 75% of it, and now they want to cut 10% out out of the 75 that you've already spent. So if you know, so yeah, the best situation would be to know about it at the very beginning. I think it's a little more doable, and you can you have more control that way. But what has happened to me on a couple of occasions is it's mid-year and you've already spent the majority of it, so then it's a problem. And hopefully there's enough of the discretionary funds left to where you can purchase this out of the blue something. If that's possible. If that's not possible, then it's gonna have to come out of your standing orders or your larger priority items, which then you would then have to go back and second guess yourself about what you're gonna cut.
Thank you.
I have the next question. How would you determine staffing needs for services offered by the library?
Well, the staffing needs would be a direct response to how the public is using the library. Like we were discussing earlier, there's a lot of kids that come after school. This would be a good time to have maybe an extra part-timer there. If one of the librarians is doing a program, then this would be a good time to have a backup person at the desk while someone else is doing a program. So it kind of it's an ebb and flow, and it's based on need, especially say Saturday. Maybe Saturdays are a busy time for the library. Well, then we need to start looking at maybe we need to take somebody off doing something during the week so they can be there on Saturday. It's about service. It's about meeting the needs of the community and trying to work with what you have and make sure that those needs are being met. The library is just all about service.
Okay, I have a second question. How do you ensure that the staff workload is manageable?
Well, you have to work on time management. I'm a big believer in cross-training. It's one of my pet peeves if somebody says, so-and-so's not here, so I can't do that because so-and-so's not here. I'm like, no, no. Just because someone's on vacation, just because somebody's sick, no, doesn't mean we're not going to do it. And not only that, the thing about cross-training, it gives you a whole, it gives you a whole new appreciation for what your coworker is doing. Because when they do it and you never have to touch what they do, you take them for granted. And I find that when you start cross-training and doing other people's work, even if it's just so you can answer a question, sometimes it's not so you can be the expert that the person you're replacing is. It's just so that when somebody comes in, at least you can answer a question or be knowledgeable about a subject. That's just one of my things. Yeah, cross-training is and it just has, it pays off in more than one way, so I like it.
It sounds like it pays off in more than one way. Thank you.
I'm Maddie again. And, this is Maddie. And my question says, tell us about your experience working with a Friends or other fundraising group of a library.
My experience with Friends of the Library is generally helping them with the big book sale that they do. All our books that are weeded would be collected and sorted and put together in a, we put it in a big convention hall, and people would just, and you would just advertise it like a big, well, it is a book sale, but, you can get, 10 books for $5, making it, promoting it, marketing it, and making it a big deal. Sometimes the things at the library are not always a big deal, but you have to market it and promote it like it's a big deal, so people get excited about it. And that's a lot of, and I think that's true of just about anything. It's how something is presented to you to make you excited about it. So you can get hardback books that you would normally pay $20 for at Barnes & Noble. Yeah, you can get 5, 10 books for the same price if you come to the library book sale. So it's, you have to get people excited about it, because the Friends, of course, turns around and turns that money, goes back to the library, and we usually use it for summer reading program, sending librarians on conferences and workshops. So it's a very important function of the library. It's a fundraising machine. The community's tax dollars are funneled back through the library that way. So it's a necessary thing, and usually that's what the Friends does, is generate money for future programming.
I have a follow-up. Describe the most successful fundraising event you have organized. What did you learn from that process?
The most working with the Friends would have been the most, I guess, got the most out of it, unless you want to count grants. I have written grants that have yielded more money than a Friends book sale, and that too is a whole nother part of librarianship, is asking for money, and you have to tell, in order, the thing about grants is you spend a whole lot of time on it, and it's no guarantee that you're gonna get it. So you have to tell the best story, the best reason to make that organizer feel good about giving you the money. It's, it's an art form, because I know some people who are very, very good at it. I'm still learning, and I think I've gotten a feel for it, and I think you have to tell a good story. You've got to spin it so that they feel good about giving you the money. Because there's a lot of competition out there. It's tough out there, and so you have to tell the best story and make them feel good that they gave you the money.
Thank you.
I have the next question. This library belongs to the Nevada Library Cooperative, a consortium of libraries which shares a catalog, materials, and other resources. What are the benefits and drawbacks of working with this kind of organization? Describe your experience working with a cooperative.
Yes, I'm in one currently. The thing about the consortium is they're going to do what's best for, it's a group. They're going to do what's best for the group. And if you have any needs or wants that are outside the realm of that group, it's not going to be met in the consortium. I guess that's my biggest complaint, because if your library has any kind of special needs or a special collection that nobody else has, if there's something unique about your library, the consortium is not gonna help you there, because they're gonna help you in a generic fashion. They're not gonna help you in a way that helps your library stand out or helps you I just feel like it's good. It gets you to a point. It gets you to a minimum. And I think a lot of libraries, it doesn't help you create a library that is going to be more. It's just going to meet your basic needs, your generic needs. That's what the consortium is there for. Because everybody shares the cost of it, and of course, the cost is lower for the group. But if you want to do something else, if you have something special about your library, then no, it's not that.
I have a follow-up question. Did you get the bang for your buck, or the buck for your bang, in your consortium?
Well, my administration feels that it's enough. And I guess it's all in what you want your library to be, because I feel like just doing the minimum is not what we aspire to.
Okay, thank you. And I have the next question. What's your experience writing and implementing public library policy?
We're developing policies that simply meet the needs of the community, best practices that have, over time, have proven themselves to work. We write policies like for new technologies. We're going to write, you can only have so many books, because this is a shared space and everybody deserves to have access. So you can only check out 10 books, because if you came in here and checked out 50, then there wouldn't be enough for the next person. So it's a shared space, and we have these policies and procedures set up for safety, for fair use, and it's also very important for new employees who come on the job. Maybe they did something one way at their last job, but here we're doing it different. So, and that's something that they gave me is, a big notebook full of city policies and procedures and another big notebook of libraries and policies. But you do need to be familiar with those, and you do need to be consistent, because though you don't have that problem here, people test you. They go, well, I went to this library over here and they let me do such and such. Why won't you let me do such and such? But you still need to be, even the staff needs to be on the same page so that you're not telling people two different things. You need to stay consistent.
What do you feel are the primary differences between public and academic libraries?
Well, they're both service. I think the bar is a little higher in a university setting because the customer is paying tuition, and that's the public is paying with their taxes. But the thing about tuition and education, in order for you to get a degree, the university has to go through an accreditation. And so you have to, in terms of the library, you have to say whatever you're teaching, you better be teaching it, and they better be getting it. So the bar's a little higher because of the fact that the customer's paying tuition and we have to meet accreditation benchmarks.
Jennifer, I have your next question. Per Nevada statute, the Library Board of Trustees supervises and maintains the library. Tell us about your experience working with boards.
I suppose this would be the actual first time I've been in front of a board. I've worked with different committees and worked on different committees with in a group setting, and I've worked with other, the library might be part of a committee that works with the police department and the fire department, and or health department, where we're coming together to, especially the library serves as a function into getting information out to the community. I've worked like that, but today is actually the first day I've ever spoken with a board. Today would be the first day.
I got to follow up on that. How do you ensure open and productive communication between the board, county department, state library, staff, and the public?
Well, of course, we have our written monthly reports and annual reports. The library also has a great media presence, social, and I think it's communication is the key, and that you're letting the board members know, stakeholders know how many people are coming through your doors, how many books are being checked out, how many programs you're doing, these kinds of statistics, basic numbers, so our stakeholders know that they are paying for staff, they're paying for this facility. So what are all of us getting in return for the community paying taxes for the facility and all your staff? So it's you have to show your worth. You have to meet the benchmarks that are set in front of you and try and show them that the library is worth having, because the libraries are not as popular as they used to be. Yeah, they're, so you have to show you have to continue to show your worth.
Thank you.
I have the next question. This position administers all functions of the library, including budgets, materials, programming, outreach, etc. How would you manage all these aspects simultaneously and allocate the available funds?
I always fight for my department, because people always seem like there's always somebody that wants to cut the library budget. So you have to be willing to fight for your department. You have to be willing to show, and that's why it's so important for the outreach, because it's an outward expression. You know, like if someone checks out a book, the only person who knows about that book is the person who checked it out. But if I do a successful program, and daycares show up, and moms and dads show up, and it's, you know, this big flashy thing that we can take pictures and run it in a newspaper, it kind of builds on itself, and it builds excitement, and it builds a love for the library, because, you know, the summer reading program, which is one of the bigger programs that the library does, you know, at the end of it, we have a party. Why? Because these are our future constituents. These are our future patrons, and we're trying to get them hooked on the library. As they get older, it gets harder, but you always want to give a very positive experience for the library, a cultural and a social experience that they're not going to get somewhere else, and just promoting the library, promoting our community, and letting them know that we're here. I think, you know, when you're a small library, you have to kind of shout and make sure that you're being heard, and that's the thing that I'm most interested in doing.
Thank you.
Maddie again. What is your familiarity with ebooks, and how do you decide which services are most cost-effective while meeting the needs of the patrons?
Well, the ebook is always going to be more cost-effective over print. There is, you know, as long as people want books, there'll be books. I think that there's something, it's how we learn. It's something cognitive that happens when you turn the page of a book. It's different than an ebook, but it's how we learn, and it's been in plenty of studies. It's been studied. So I think it's the preferred method, but it's more expensive, and so my feeling is that if the book has color illustrations in it or something like that, I like the hard copy. If it's just a fiction book that's just text, I'm okay with the electronic version. But when it's color images and things like big coffee table books and stuff like that I really love, I love those. I much prefer the printed book, which is, of course, going to be more expensive. But I do think it's part of the library's duty to have those expensive things, because mom and dad may not be able to buy a $100 coffee table book, but you can come to the library and see that. So I think just because something is expensive is not enough reason not to get it. Because I think it's just, an experience that you just can't get anywhere else. And I think you should just have it because it's pretty.
How do you ensure a diverse and up-to-date collection that meets the needs of the community?
Well, we're constantly taking numbers. We know the ages of the kids that are coming in there, their grades, their background. So we we know who's showing up. So I think that I don't think the diversity of the collection is that hard. I think it's doable. You can. There are plenty of professional journals out there where you can review books. You don't have to read every book. You're not going to be able to read every book, but you'll be able between professional journals. Amazon has great reviews on titles. So you just have to immerse yourself in what's out there and take the time, because I know with children's books, parents are very particular about what children read is very important. So those books definitely have to be reviewed and looked over and properly vetted. The adults, they can read what they want to read. The adults can read what they want to read, but the children, you're going to get a whole lot of pushback on children's books, and that's why it's important that they are reviewed and looked after and made sure that the books that you put on the shelf are the books that you feel comfortable being on the shelf.
I have the last question. I bet that sounds really good. We believe that we are interviewing other qualified candidates for this position. We have an important decision to make. What is the one thing that we will regret the most if we do not choose you for this position?
Oh, wow. Well, you're going to miss out on an awesome leader, a person who has a lot of love for libraries and feels that I have a lot to bring to it. I met John earlier. He's a very nice person, and but I believe that I would be the better candidate.
I appreciate that. That completes all of our questions. Now it's your turn. What questions do you have for us?
Yes. I think the library probably could maybe use some updating in some areas, and I guess I want to where the library is in their pecking order of priorities for Church County.
That is one of the things that we always get to learn. I mean, in any of these counties, there's going to be budget constraints. But what we have noticed is that the county is very supportive of us, and that we also have our own, the CLA is a piece of funding that belongs to us only and is not adjudicated by the county. We have a gift fund that is also not adjudicated by the county. So the county values the education, values the service of the library, offers us a generous budget, but we do have to compete with all of the other parts of the county. And then we have our own funding sources, some of which can be used for updates on things like collections rather than facilities, and some which can be used towards things like updates, right? But we find that we also play a part in our worth, that we have to have good communication and all of the things that you were addressing. So it helps to have that give and take.
Yeah.
If anybody else has anything they want to add to that, they can.
I love when people come into Churchill County and they say, let's update this. Give me 2 things you would update.
Oh, yay. I think that maker space, I'm not sure if you know what I'm talking about, where he has electronic games. Something needs to happen there. It doesn't pop. It just does. It's just so boring. It just you know what I'm talking about? I do know what you know. Yeah, something needs to happen right there at that teen space. It needs an update.
I work at the high school, so I know what you're talking about.
Because I think the rest of it, because I love like the beams and the art, that's gorgeous. But that corner, it just needs some love over there.
Do you have any other questions that we could put to rest for you?
No, 'cause, I got a thorough overview today, really. She gave me a really good idea of what it would be like to work there. Saw the workroom, everything. So I really think that, and you might could use some new computers. When's the last time we had new computers?
That makes some sense too. We've been rolling some of those updates, but there are several of those that could use
New
a refresh.
computers. I checked my email on one of them, so I don't know.
How long did it take?
Yeah, but yeah, definitely update the computers would be a good thing.
We have a tech librarian that will be happy to hear you make that suggestion too, right? That completes everything that we have here. We really appreciate the time that you have taken to meet with us. We'll be making the decision soon, and we'll reach out to you once a decision has been made. And that gets you off the hot seat. We really appreciate you.
Well, I really enjoyed this time today. Thank you for the invite, and I hope to see you again. Thank you.
Same. Go get some good lunch.
Yes, yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So at this point, we can take a brief recess with the idea that we will be coming back at, let me check my time to make sure I know it, at 1:45 for the next section. is 1:45. It is time to call the meeting back into session from break, and we have our candidate here, so welcome, John. What I'm going to do is, you've already just kind of walked through and met us, but I think it's worthwhile to introduce ourselves again. So I am Jessica Rowe, I'm the chairwoman of the board, and
I'm Ryan Swarzak, Vice Chair.
Hi.
I'm Sari Kaler. Sorry, that was really excited.
I'm Maddie Cerna.
And the process of the interview will last about 75 minutes or so. There are 17 questions, some of which have multiple parts. You should gauge the amount of time spent in response to each question accordingly. The board will be asking questions which will be addressed to all of the candidates, so you are all being evaluated on the same information. And the members of the board will be taking notes to assist in the evaluation process. So sometimes the eyes will be down here, but we're still paying attention. And you had mentioned before the meeting began that you have some materials that you want to present to us. Would you like to hand that over to us?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay. I'll let you get settled down.
Yes. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
John. So we hope your tour and your discussion this morning has given you a feel for the position and its requirements. We want to start off by asking you, why did you apply for the position?
Yes. I applied to the position because I saw the small town community where the library was the focal point where it can meet a lot of community needs. And I found opportunities with the local departments and the high school nearby and the various festivals and the Air Force and just Western Nevada College. Just a lot of partnerships that could really enhance the community and the library. And just going back to public library and serving the community. I work in academic librarianship, where I serve a different body, college students, which are great skills to know how to engage them, and faculty. But I've spent many years in large communities and smaller communities. I just love just helping them grow educationally, just in their lifestyles and just various needs that they have.
I appreciate that. I do have a follow-up. What are your goals in the next 5 to 10 years? Where do you see yourself?
Oh, yes. I see myself in terms of challenging various limits, in terms of how can I expand library services. I mean, library growth is something that I'm always interested in. I know finances don't always allow that, but we can grow in different ways by demonstrating that the library staff is meeting the needs of the people. Even if they don't come to the library, we can go out, do outreach, and go into the community, senior homes, or go into various park and rec activities, if there is any, and just expanding services digitally through they do live story times here at Churchill, virtual book clubs they do here currently. And so I just really want to expand library services to the broader region of Churchill County.
Thank you. Sue has your next question.
Yes.
I always say good morning.
Yes, yes.
You could sum up your management.
Sue? Sorry, thanks.
Sorry. If you could sum up your managerial style in a few words, what would they be?
Well, my management style is demonstrated by if I refer to this, just some of the things that I've done is building intentional relationships with my library staff so that I know their strengths, I know where they want to grow in, and so I treat them more as people that have motivations rather than people that just achieve a task. And I definitely want to invest in their growth as leaders because I believe that everyone has the potential to become a leader. And my management style is to be supportive and hands-on where I'm knowledgeable in all areas. I don't like just to be in my office. I like to be out and about, greeting customers. I like, again, doing a lot of outreach and forming partnerships. And so I'm very collaborative and team-oriented in that way. And then solution-oriented. I just believe in trying new ideas, taking calculated risks, and just talking to the community. Again, I believe in listening because a great leader should know how to listen instead of just talking over people. And so that's my management style.
Thank you.
You're
I have a
welcome.
net follow-up? Okay, sorry. Describe an issue you've experienced with the employee that required disciplinary action. How did you handle it, and what was the outcome?
Okay. Well, when I was a manager of the Houston Public Library, it's a very busy operation where we were a training lab, we were passport services, and so I had a lot of great employees, but they sometimes didn't see eye to eye. And so in the passport services area, they just had a different working style, communication style. And so I just met with one of our veteran employees who had this kind of issue with another, and just talked to them individually, but then ask them questions and just learn to listen to their, concerns. And then I just also asked questions to help them see different perspectives. And then we kind of recapped our conversation into workable goals. So by this time, we would learn to do training together. We would coordinate where we do passport services together, and what type of the closing passports. You have to count the money. You have to do these type of tasks, and so we kind of outlined all that so they work together. And on top of that, just learning to just get together and eat lunch together. So they learn to talk to each other outside, just the passport service. And over time, they learned to understand that they can achieve the goals. They made some compromises, and passports are very strict, so they understood just how to document everything in order, so that because we had to mail off these passport envelopes and shared responsibilities, and everything worked out fine afterwards, and they became just better teammates.
Okay, I'm going to follow up with that. So what I hear you saying, their plan of assistance was collaborative with them and you.
Yes, collaborative, and just team-wise, because that wasn't the only issue, right? I managed 15 trainers who were the best of the best, so they kind of were very skilled but stubborn. And so we just did a lot of team working goals, icebreakers, team activities, lunches together. It took a few months, but as a whole, they learned to be collaborative and work together.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have your next question. Utilizing your past experiences and insights, how do you envision creating shared value between the library and supportive community organizations?
Yes. So with some of that question on page 5 of the proposal, there's some partnerships I identified, just in terms of Parks and Recs, the Churchill County Museum, the Churchill Arts Council, and the Fountain Youth Club. These are just identifiable areas where I'd have to go out in person, go to the school, and I think putting a face to the name and making that type of effort goes a long ways. That's what I did with the inner city branch library. I learned to just go to local neighborhoods, various departments, and discuss how we could work together. What can the library do to make a presence in their community or with their students, and also learn how to, where we could partner and just achieve the same goals. For example, there's a aquatic club here locally. Maybe you can do a kind of a swimming, kind of a book club or movie night with them. And with the main thing with developing these partnerships is to demonstrate various programs and services the library does, because a lot of these partners might not be aware of all the makerspace we have, the various digital collections we have, and the seed library, just various things where demonstrating these library goals and services and technologies would make them interested partners.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have the next question. Why is programming important to library services?
Programming is important because it can meet a lot of needs in a fun, interactive way. So it can teach literacy skills, it can teach critical thinking, it can teach just various life skills, again, like cooking clubs that I've done, without a static, you have to come to the branch, because programs, can be done outdoors, so it's flexible in that way. Programs, again, can take maybe dry ideas, like science might not be interesting to kids, but to build a volcano out of Mentos and soda bottles, that's just a fun way to introduce learning. And so programming doesn't have to be expensive. It can be using, there's like online websites where you can learn fun crafts, and the use of AI, can help just generate, creative, STEM ideas. But that's the value of programming. It can be done anywhere, and it can be a great way to grow as individuals and entertain people through learning without just, people who might not necessarily be readers or need a gateway to reading.
Very nice. How do you determine what programs to offer?
Oh, yes, great. By having community conversations that can be done, again, through the conversations out in the public with parents. It can be, again, at schools and talking to teens, and it can be in-house with our customers and through surveys. Some of the best program ideas I've had was through conversations with parents. For example, at the Inner City Branch Library, I learned through a parent that they had local chess tournaments through the school, LICD school district, 4 tournaments a year that generated about 500, 600 students per tournament. I got to know the tournament director, volunteered my services to be kind of a moderator, and then introduced my own I was allowed to distribute my own flyers to the chess club that I was hosting, and the tournament director came in, once a week to help out. And so that was a very popular chess program, but it's through, again, a conversation I had with a parent.
Very nice. I have one more question. How would you evaluate the program's success?
Yes, just having still simple evaluation forms after programs that you distribute, and just conversations that you can have with parents and children during the events, and through that you can kind of understand what maybe the program can work, but it just needs an adjustment, and you wouldn't know that without, again, talking to the participants. And so that's what I've done, and it's worked out.
Thank you.
I'm Maddie, and I have the next question.
Okay.
This library is adjacent to a school. How will you manage the influx of middle schoolers to ensure a positive and safe library experience for them and other patrons during the after-school hours?
Okay. So how would I maintain their safety in the library after school hours? Well, yes, every community is different, and I realize that there can be some older students that might be vaping or causing issues, and safety with middle schoolers. And so I think there's various ways. Is one, creating an area in the library that is for them, kind of is the furniture and the way the setup is set up for them, and to have staff that are engaged and just we're not their parents, but so there's policies for that. But we're available. We're having conversations with them, keeping an eye on them. We're asking them, how they feel in the library. Do they have books for them, but also just fit in levels of question about, do they feel comfortable in the library, and having, instead of just asking directly, like, oh, do you feel safe, just finding ways where they feel open to talk about that. And then trying to partner with we have volunteers in the library, but also the law enforcement, and just having some sort of conversation where if there can be support outside, beyond the library, just to make sure in our area is safe. For example, again, I mean, law enforcement is very busy, I'm sure, but just just a presence during that time would be great. And there's other, how should I say, homeschool families. Invite them into the library so they can just add that level of community family in the library. So it's just, and reinforces that safety as well.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes, of course.
So the middle school is right across the street. You're going to bring them in. What kind of programs are you going to offer them?
Oh, yes. Well, programming, I think programming can come from all different ideas, but I'd really like to invest first and foremost into sort of a teen library advisory board. I know there's teen volunteers currently, but just to create a team-led initiative where they can design their own programs, they can have a say, and they meet once a month. They kind of have a say in what's in the library. But so I've seen teen library advisory boards, do various game nights or library sleepovers and things like that. But then even if they aren't part of that group, to do just surveys, raffles. I mean, it doesn't have to be super expensive, but just something to encourage ideas. And the idea is again, to do outreach and go out where they are, so you have those conversations. But I've done various introducing technology where there can be, if they're not familiar with the databases that have, they're cool graphic novels or cool streaming movies that they're not familiar with, kind of using our own library software to have programming. We have the makerspace, and so just to, if we have it, to make sure that it's being catered to the audience. And so, young people are using VR, but there are other types of technology where we can introduce gaming into the library, look at trends, various sing-alongs, that are popular in movie theaters, or just and there's outdoor space too. So I think that can be a great area for team programs to do outside and get more eyes onto the library by utilizing outdoor space. But it's going to be a lot of conversation with them.
Thank you.
I have the next question.
Okay.
How do you foresee new technologies playing a role in how libraries operate and serve their communities in the coming years?
Yes. I'll just refer to page 8, technology, and how it can help, all levels, all ages. But technology, generative AI is free, and so you can do it at the level of high school students and how to use it wisely, in terms of not just to use ChatGPT to just do all their homework, but how it can be a tool to help them think of topics to write about, or help Grammarly to help them with their grammar, or for adults in terms that I know that your Western Nevada College, you might deal with that. You don't want students to come into the college atmosphere and just use ChatGPT like that. But it can be used for fun things. It can be used for adults learning how to map out their vacation through generative AI. It can be used to help teach the dangers of AI, just how scams and phishing can occur through technology. So it's just public awareness on how to avoid those technology scams that can be appealing to people. Technology can help businesses with marketing and designing flyers, so that can be an interesting tool to help the community. It doesn't have to be businesses, it can be anyone that just wants to design things on their own. And so, technology, again, this is all free, but it can help. We have databases and AI to help with homework help. Can be utilized as part of the STEAM programs that are occurring in libraries. There's ways to help it make your presentations, again, for school students to use that to help them as a homework tool for presentations, and so on and so on. There's social media applications, and even staff workflow, just using it to make visually appealing reports and things like that so that the board can digest information.
I appreciate that. I do have a follow-up. In your current or previous roles, how have you integrated technologies such as AI into daily operations or service delivery?
Yes. Well, I've always used technology in public libraries, but in my time in because I'm currently at an academic library, I utilize AI to introduce to students, again, how it can help generate early ideas into their research. So like topics, what to write about. And it's sort of the pro and cons. You kind of teach how to use it responsibly, and the dangers where it's certain, like ChatGPT is making up articles that you can't really locate, and so tying it into the databases that we have in the academic college, so they can learn how to, just learn the databases. And so we have EBSCO at Churchill, so that's where it can lead to the more reliable sources.
We have what?
EBSCO.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a database tool that I'm surprised to see in a public library, so that's really great to see. But then additionally, I introduce AI to help read articles, and so sometimes these articles can be kind of complicated, and Perplexity AI can help learn to read an article, but then on its own, I try to teach students from that, how to read an abstract, how to read a conclusion, and look at the references. So I just kind of compare AI versus skills that they can do on their own and don't have to be relying on AI. And then for faculty, we create collection development reports using AI just to help put the numbers into pie charts and visually appealing ways, because information, if it's not told through a story or pictures, it doesn't translate to a board or to the community or to staff.
Thank you.
I have the next question, but I have a follow-up question.
Sure.
I saw that you would do workshops. Would you do workshops for our senior citizens on what AI is?
Oh, yeah.
And how to use it?
Yes, because I would be comfortable doing workshops because I
Okay.
do at the academic level. And again, there's a lot of phishing scams and where senior citizens and all adults can be tricked into losing funds. And so just to be technologically aware, and also to teach the positive sides of AI. But yes, I think that's really important for adults.
Okay, now here's your question.
Okay, yes.
How do you handle challenges related to censorship, controversial materials, and programs?
Yes, it's occurring through public libraries a lot, and the way that I would handle those concerns is just to, of course, we have policy in place, and we have that, we guide by that, but beyond that, we just have conversations on what their interests are, what their concerns are. So if they do have a concern, there should be some sort of forum to voice that, but we have criteria that we'll look at. But moving on beyond that, their concern is just to, again, listen. Listening is really key, and trying to understand what their interests are, and trying to show them the collection that represents their needs and values, and suggest purchasing request forms and reader advisories like Novelist, where, again, they can have some of the books that they feel they might not be in there or that might be an interest. And so just guiding them into a positive outcome that we respect and hear their concerns about books and programs, but that we have to respect all the interests of all the community. And so there are ways to have, again, if a program idea that they have that would be better suited for them, we can listen. And if it's applicable, like we have the staff and the ability to do that, yes, we can do it. And so it just shows that we aren't dismissive. At least that's the very point, is that we may not agree with their views on whether a program shouldn't be in a library, but we won't be dismissive. That will only escalate things, and so that's how I'd approach it.
Okay. How do you balance intellectual freedom with community values?
Yeah, that's a great question. I balance that by just looking at the layout of the collection. Do we have a collection that represents a community, and is the collection favoring a particular side? Like, for example, you may have, if the collection is, the community's value is just having children, certain material that is representative of like a particular religious value, for example, that's fair, and so there should be some books. But if it's like, if it dominates the entire collection, then yeah, they have a point, and there should be balance among that. And then the other thing is the materials, are they educational in manner? Because you could still talk about controversial things, World War II, Nazism, that's good for history, but it's done in an educational manner where it's not, just for shock value. There's other material that, we just have to have a criteria just to make sure it's fair for all, because otherwise, we allow just, books that, again, can be controversial, but it just has to follow a certain standard to be fair for all books of the same matter or different.
Can you provide an example of a challenge that you've managed?
Well, I mean, I've had, a challenge before where, yeah, it's like, maybe a certain collection is books that are on the LGBTQ, and so, I just talk to the parents and just listen to them again, and then just kind of introduce them to areas of the collection that were more suited their values or the things that they wanted to read about. And so, by again, just let them know that if they have any concern, they can talk to me, and we'll just help them find books that fit their needs. But we can't just ban books because it doesn't suit them, because we have a certain intellectual freedom to have books of different views.
I have your next question. Tell us about your experience developing and working with a budget.
Yes, with the inner city branch library in Laredo, I was responsible for facilities and staff salaries and collection and furniture and technology. So I was very thankful to have that experience. I can move item lines, it has to be approved, of course. I was very conservative at the budget in terms of trying to look for grants, which I was able to find, a grant for 1,000 books to distribute to the community to build home libraries. I went out and, just built relationships with businesses that would donate food or gift cards for raffles. And even with the budget, tried not to spend money on marketing in terms of course, we had to make flyers and do social media, but I was able to find free marketing through radio and TV and newspaper. And so I really tried to manage a budget where if I can find free resources to alleviate on the budget, I will do so.
I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
How have you handled unexpected necessary expense that was not included in the budget?
How have I handled unnecessary requests that wasn't in the budget?
So
Can you repeat that?
yeah, so basically if something came up, you already have an approved budget, but then something came up that was not in the budget.
Well, I was supposed that, I'm just trying to think of a situation where well, I suppose that most of our budget needs were accounted for, to be honest, but there might be a situation where we didn't have some of the materials to do STEM programming, like Lego robotics and those sort of things of that nature, and even some pop-up story times, we just didn't have the tools for our branch. And so it's just borrowing from another branch and their tools. So obviously that was a multi-branch, but I think in the same way is just learning to borrow resources if possible to fit, a certain program or need that can assist. But for budget line item, I didn't need to put in some sort of request for it because it was in the budget, to be honest. But if it were to happen, again, I'd look at partners where they can help alleviate that. Again, we work with Churchill County departments, and so there's some needs for, there's not a financial line for facilities that I've been told. And so having communication and learning having communications with the various departments, facilities department, or in terms of what can they do to install windows, or how much does that have to come from the Churchill Library Association. That's kind of the conversation I had today, and so that's how I would address that if it wasn't in the budget line.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, sorry about that. Okay, I have the next question. How would you determine staffing needs for services offered by the library?
How would I determine staffing needs? Well, I suppose I'd put it by priority in terms of what is most essential to the library. And that would be programming. And so shifts obviously should be catered during that time, after school, for example. And then I think cross-training and training staff would allow for people to take place of others that might be out, or be more comfortable in terms of leading different type of programming, which can alleviate overall staffing needs. And finally, just it'd be a good idea to keep statistics on visitor count and days of the hour and programs being attended and feedback through surveys, just to understand what times and what programs and services require staffing. I know that in terms of staffing needs for overall hours, that's just something where volunteers obviously can help staff a library, so we really need to, again, put resources in terms of training and just appreciation towards our volunteers. And again, I think we can use more teen volunteers as well.
Thank you. How do you ensure that the staff workload is manageable?
I think by having monthly meetings, or even more frequent meetings, to be honest, weekly meetings, to understand, engage their projects and their energy levels, and just have weekly conversations on these things. Ask them to, submit monthly reports, so we can kind of have recorded conversations of achievements and also concerns that can help build up to, evaluation that we'd have to do anyway, but kind of just track them on a monthly basis through that manner as well. And I believe in professional development. It's a big part of my organizational culture on page 4. But just having, again, open communication through those weekly meetings, but just investing in them where we learn de-escalation skills, we invest in the ability for great customer service and mutual respect. These aren't things that just happen overnight. They have to be intentionally practiced from the library director and everyone else. We should follow models of great companies, that Chick-fil-A or Walmart or whatever industry where they have intentional training, because over time, through these, because I know Churchill staff are going through a lot of wearing multiple hats, and so they just need that investment in training. And then obviously appreciation, building into just giving credit where credit's due through, just staff get-togethers or through reports and achievements, crediting staff by name will really motivate them. And putting them in line, I think having conversation where they want to be in the next few years, and creating a kind of a model plan where are you being challenged and learning these skills to put you up for success for the future? That could be like a mentorship plan.
Thank you.
I'm Maddie, and I have the next question. Tell us your experience working with a Friends or other fundraising group of a library.
Okay. Well, in the inner city branch library, I had the opportunity to just work with my own friends group in a way. I know it wasn't just to my adult volunteers. I know that they weren't a specific friends group of the Laredo Public Library, but that's the main similar group that I worked with. They led programs for me, cooking clubs and knitting clubs and workout clubs. So in that capacity, I work closely with them. But with a friends group, with fundraising and different things like that, I know is very vital here. With Churchill Library Association, they do a lot of funding for, just the collection and staff appreciation. But it's Houston Public Library and those things, they had their own, like, a contact for that, so I wasn't privy to having that type of communication with the Friends group. But I just equated to my, again, adult Friends group at my home library. They were essential for programming and services because they actually participated and helped lead those programs. So that's the only thing I can speak on.
Thank you. I have a follow-up question.
Yes.
Describe the most successful fundraising event you have organized. What did you learn from that process?
Well, I think the most successful fundraising event was, again, with the, it wasn't necessary just to create funds per se, but in just the community program, the Vietnamese Cultural Day that we did at the Houston Public Library. Those can be great ways to attract large audiences when it's like a cultural event. So I know there's a Hispanic community here that can be a Dia de los Niños de los Libros kind of thing, where which I've done as well, and I've been able to do various culture dances and Vietnamese food and fashion shows and just various community conversations that brought a lot of people. But we didn't necessarily ask for funds through that avenue, but that definitely could be a way to generate funds by, again, through giving away, just Vietnamese, items, bookmarks, and the food can generate funds as well. But I just did it on a free basis. But so that's the only way. But with the grants that I've generated, the 1,000 books for Build a Home Library, that's the most significant kind of grant that I've, because the cost of that, I don't have the exact value, but 1,000 books, let's say $10 per book, it's quite significant. So I would say that was my biggest fundraising effort.
Thank you.
Yes. I have a lot of ideas for fundraising, just in terms of, pubs. They'll have a kind of a library, kind of a book club there, or game night at pubs, and just various the rodeo that you have here, the cantaloupe festivals, and the various fall and winter festivals that you have. Those are great opportunities for fundraising, and so I'd love to work with the various association partners, the Churchill Library Association, on that. So that's definitely be an important part of this job.
When you say pubs, are you talking bars?
Yeah. Sometimes they do that,
Perfect.
more of crafts, like food,
Okay.
wine,
Okay,
just how
I
to
just wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
yeah. Just something where it could be coffee shops. So if people don't like, beer and food, it could be coffee shops. That's a great avenue. Just different markets where people would be.
I have the next question.
Yeah.
The library belongs to the Nevada Library Cooperative, a consortium of libraries which shares a catalog, materials, and other resources. What are the benefits and drawbacks of working with this type of organization? And describe your experience working with a cooperative.
Yes. Well, Texas Library Association, we share resources with our databases and our collection. And so by entering a program, there's shared costs that, again, give you access to the database collection, and people with a TechShare card can visit 1,000 libraries throughout Texas. The benefits, I believe outweigh the negatives, but the benefits are, again, reduced costs on material, ability to use different collections, and just share, and again, just digital resources that are involved, those are great things to have. I guess the negatives are sometimes databases are taken away or prices increase, and it's not necessarily, you can voice your opinion, but yeah, if a database is cut, that's really important to your community, then it is what it is. So I think it's great to be an active participant in it, so your voice is heard with statistics. And the other, I guess, drawback is visitors, or I guess you kind of share books through a lending program is what I've heard. And so, materials can be lost, and those can be negatives as well. But I think, at least for Texas Library Association, or TLA, it will be the benefit of just, again, having access to more resources outweighs the negative.
Thank you.
Yes.
I see you've had experience, writing policy, but my question is, what's your experience writing and implementing public library policy?
My experience implementing library policy has been, varied, in meaning that I've always had to implement every day, managing my various branches, just learning to, I think when you implement policy, again, those are, you can deliver in a way that's confrontational. And so just learning to listen to their concerns first, just learning to listen so you know which policy to apply is very important, because just a paper in front of them without explanation can be very, could put anyone at, just they're in trouble, or they're, it's combative. So you just want to listen to them and have a conversation and ask questions. And then through that, you will know, okay, what level of policy that needs to be applied here. And so I've had to, at the worst case, provide temporary suspensions to the branch because, people felt unsafe. And so that is necessary for the library director to do, is to make sure that the rules apply to everyone. But most cases, there is a lot of grace and ability to just hear people with library fines. Those are most common things. And so there's ways to hear their story, and if exceptions are made, to document it. And because that's the most important thing is, if you make exceptions too much, it's unfair to library staff. It's unfair where people say, oh, they get away with it, why can't I? So you really have to be consistent. And again, you have to show grace where if a person is, medically injured and cannot return a book in time, common sense says, okay, let's make an exception. But I believe in documentation for minor things or big things, so that you can refer to, oh, we made exceptions for these cases, but not to just, we can see a pattern if it's documented. We can see their history. And so it's a great way, again, for incidences. Can you imagine things going unreported and undocumented? That leads to trouble, because they'd be like, oh, there's no repercussions for anything. So that's how I apply policies: listen and document things, and then just introduce policy where it's needed.
Thank you. John, the difference between public and academic libraries,
Yes.
what are they?
They're different in terms of public libraries are just community customer service, kind of outgoing, and just creative in those ways, where academic libraries, they are more established in their customer base, so they have faculty and college students that have academic research needs. However, I see a trend where public library skills, where that creative, customer service-driven attitude is becoming more and more important in academic libraries, because you need to be able to have people come back and feel welcome and feel comfortable asking questions. And again, college students need to get away from the stress of studies, so they need programming. But likewise, I think academic library skills can have a great positive influence on public libraries in terms of the ability to ask research questions and to go a level deeper to help people. And so in a public library atmosphere, just showing off those skills of being able to find resources that they didn't know were available to them, but just learning to talk to them so that you are helping them find their needs and not just what you assume they want. And there's a level of workshop and presentations at the academic field where you can really enhance those kind of community presentations or workshops at a level where there's like references to back it up. And so there are differences, but I think I've been blessed to have both skill sets that can be applied to a public library.
I noticed you said a partnership with Churchill County School District. Are you talking about coming into like 101 and 102 and senior English and showing the kids how to do academia research? Do you have those skills?
Certainly, I could definitely do that. And I think it would set them up for success if they were to not just enter college but in their life. I believe that these are skills that you learn to critically think and not just take things from the social media at their face value. And so to be critical thinkers, I think is important for high school students. And so I definitely, and that's a great opportunity to introduce some fun things about AI or fun things about research that can bring them into the library. So yes, I see anything that can help us gain customers is great.
John, I have your next question. Per Nevada statute, the Library Board of Trustees supervises and maintains the library. Tell us about your experience working with boards.
Yes. In the Inner City Branch Library, I had the opportunity to present my branch programs, my monthly events, and sort of stats like checkouts to the library board. And there were a few instances where they would visit the library just to see how things were going, some of our events. And so that was my particular dealing with the board. In the calendar year, I just meet with them maybe like 2 times a year, because it was really the library director and that she met with the board regularly, but I was able to present my library successes during those 2 times. And so I feel like a library board is essential to success because you all bring an expertise and you can all ask questions that can help guide the library. And so that's where just watching again the board meetings, I can tell that you have a passion for the success of the library. And so I know that, and you have various backgrounds in education and public works and in academia and like homeschooling. So just all those things I'm very interested to hear about.
I have a follow-up. How do you ensure open and productive communication between the board, county departments, state library, staff, and public?
How do I keep open communication, or was that?
Yeah, how do you ensure open and productive communication between the board, the county departments, state library, staff, and public?
Yeah, that's really important. I've been thinking about that, and I would say that I would, with the county departments, be equipped with library information, our budget, our numbers in terms of programming collection, so that when I have these conversations with county departments, if they ask questions, I have evidence to show them, just, oh, these are our needs. I can pique their interest by just highlighting, oh, we did this fall outreach or cantaloupe, festival. We were out there and we did this type of event, or we reached the reservations. We went really far out, and so they can see the effort that we're putting forth, and so they can really paint a picture in their mind on what we're doing and how they can help. I think these meetings, like with the Public Works or Parks and Recs or law enforcement, or I see so many county departments that I could work with, and so that's what would be really important. I don't know how busy people are, but I just would go out there and initiate face-to-face meeting time with them. But thereafter, email communication, because they're busy, then that's what it would require. I know for this position, grant writing is a need, and so I know someone is in the departments that has experience with grants, so I would work more closely with them. With the schools and the board and community is just to be transparent and communicative, again, by outlining library needs and issues, and so that certain concerns, it's better to be transparent early than just saying, oh, at the end of the fiscal year, oh, there's a problem, and then why didn't you tell us earlier? So just to be transparent that way early on. I believe that having, again, reports that are built upon where the funds are going. I know that was a big, importance of this board is seeing where funds are going and where staff efforts are leading to and their outcomes. So that would be, something that I would have to share through board meetings and with school officials, and just learning where I can partner with them in terms of knowing their schedule, asking for the school schedule, and so the library can be present at the classrooms or like school fairs or parent meetings, and kind of knowing that schedule so we can plan in advance and make an impressive outreach board. But all this is, again, face-to-face, and then depending on, reports followed up, and then email for particular departments that can't meet face-to-face all the time, but I'm always available, so that I make that known.
I have a follow-up question. You said you would contact the grant writer. We don't have a grant writer.
Okay, you don't?
Do you have the skills?
Well, I've done one grant, yes. I thought I heard through a board meeting here that there was someone that was familiar with grants, but I made a mistake.
Or maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong. But anyway, I do have grant experience.
Okay.
And so on page, I list a few grants that would be helpful to the library here. And I don't know exactly where, oh yeah, it's on page 10. And so these are grants that would help the library. And so, yeah, that's what I thought.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. This position administers all functions of the library, including budgets, materials, programming, outreach, etc. How would you manage all these aspects simultaneously and allocate the available funds?
Yes, I think that would be like during staff meetings, having a plan of the year and just knowing where certain events are going to occur. I know collections are back ordered, so submitting, our book collection requests earlier on with various staff scheduling, just making sure that the shifts are covered and things like that. But in all things, when I manage budgets, is just trying to do it early on. So that, again, the certain events and programs that we're doing, and just kind of calculating how much each program would cost, and addressing things early on, and using a percentage of the collection budget through quarterly, like through the first 3 months and the next following 3 months, 6 months, so that if it's, just for example, just 20% is being used, you kind of have an idea where by the end of the fiscal year, you kind of how much you'd have left. And there's certain things where trying to talk to the Churchill County financial department just to understand what facilities, resources there are for the library, because during our conversations in the tour, it wasn't quite clear, but those are relationships that would have to be developed and just understood where we can save costs in that way.
Thank you.
I'm Maddie, and I have the next question. It's, what is your familiarity with ebooks, and how do you decide which services are most cost-effective when meeting the needs of the patrons?
Well, I suppose that there are collection reports you can build from various databases, and I believe just having conversations with the customers and having staff also hands-on utilize the various database and ebooks are necessary to kind of understand the kind of quality titles they have and how easy it is to utilize. And then finally, just in terms of looking at various vendors for competitive pricing is necessary, and then working with the Churchill or the Nevada Library cooperative, just having conversations and being involved with them by serving, just being an active member even in the Virginia Library Association, having discussions with other library directors in Nevada, so that you kind of, the more intel you have, the better decision making you can make, because there might be a director that has experienced great outcomes with another database. And so those are some of the things that I would do to evaluate a database. And we deal with databases a lot in the academic world, and so the best way to know if it's great is to use it yourself and have knowledgeable staff that know how to use it. Because you can have all the technology in the world, but if it's not marketed or the library staff isn't actively demonstrating it, like workshops, then it's just wasted funds. So.
Thank you.
Oh, my next. John.
Yes.
Wait a minute, I've got to push my button. How do you ensure a diverse and up-to-date collection that meets the needs of Churchill County?
Yes. Typically, we'd follow kind of in public libraries the crew manual. We just look at how many times through just reports, circulation reports. We can see how many items have circulated, the subject matter of the collection, how it's made up in history or sports and so on. We can look at various things like publication year, and we can look at build these reports just to and weed them accordingly. The weeded material can be double checked again just to make sure that there's nothing that we would want to have in the collection. And then we look at condition of the books, because even though it might be a great title, we may need to get a new copy. And so all these reports are essential to kind of seeing, the usage of the collection, and then where we might be lacking in certain subject areas, and just building our collection through that way. And again, the community conversations with our community. We may have books that they want, but it's just not available. And so we kind of we can maybe not specific books that can be kind of daunting for particular parents or teens, but kind of build a fun survey like multiple choice or star system or whatever. What kind of interests they have? I'd phrase it that way. And more of our active users in certain programs, they'd be great people to talk to and build our collection through their input.
Thank you.
I have the last question, John,
Okay.
which is probably music to your ears. We believe we are interviewing other qualified applicants for this position. We have an important decision to make. What is the one thing we will regret the most if we do not choose you for this position?
Oh, wow, great question. I would say that you'll regret that someone that has succeeded in all the spots he's been in. So I wasn't an academic librarian before, but I love challenges, and I thrived and succeeded in terms of, getting teaching courses, research courses, and having the students said he's the greatest teacher. Workshops, being just leading various workshops to expert faculty member can be very daunting, but just being great at that, serving on curriculum committee and just developing the website, doing all these things I've achieved in the academic field. And with the Houston Public Library, it was a very challenging position because it was the learning lab, so it was the onboarding facility for the entire 40 branch system. And so it taught best practices. And so it's very daunting work, but being an outsider that wasn't familiar with the system, I was able to succeed and build a cohesive, because that's the group that kind of didn't see eye to eye. They were, at the end of it, they were just hardworking, team-oriented. That's why they brought me in, someone that thought outside the box. And even all my other positions where there was a challenge and they just saw something in me, and so I was able to leave the institution better than where it was. So although there can be some things where, how does we work with a board or, just fundraising, but I've been able to do everything successfully, and I've been able to show manners of fundraising or talking to a board through similar experiences. And so that's where I would say you'd regret. Just because someone just has done it a few times doesn't mean that they're thinking creatively or innovating new things and approaches.
I appreciate that. That's a good answer. It's our turn now. You get to ask us any questions that you might have for us.
Okay, thank you. I was wondering, what are the priorities of this position for the first 3 months?
I can start the conversation, and then if any of my trustees want to add a little bit more, that's fine.
Okay.
We have recently completed our strategic plan, where we used some surveys, some stakeholder and staff communication, and identified some priorities for the next 5 years. Topping that list is customer service and community support, but we also have a lot of mission-oriented goals. For the first 3 months, we're not looking for our director to knock it out of the park on everything. You will want to be putting your time into getting to know our community, getting to know your staff, getting to know your library and the system that it's in, where those resources are, and building those partnerships and those relationships. So there's a lot of learning and listening that will need to be happening there while you're also maintaining a sustainable and stable and safe service to our public. So that's a big order. It's our priority, I think, in a lot of ways, and then start forward looking from there. Did I miss anything?
I definitely agree with you, Jessica, but I think one of the important things you'll be doing early on is filling a position. And the staff currently is working very hard to maintain their services, but they are short. So that will be an important thing that you do early on.
I appreciate that, Maddie. Yes, there is one position that's matriculating through the county HR and will be posted probably in those first 3 months for you, and so you will be hiring a good fit there.
Thank you.
I think another thing, and correct me if I'm wrong, but in the first 3 months, establishing all of those partnerships with the staff, with the community, but I also think outreach is pretty vital too.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think outreach, I still want to learn and listen things, but I think outreach can be done soon, to say hi. How will I be evaluated in this position? What's the steps there?
That's an excellent question. We do yearly evaluations. You will be evaluated by the board. The position description contains a lot of the things that you'd be evaluated on, but many of the things are things like staff capacity and sense of connection and the service to the public and the meeting of your goals and your mission, and that strategic report is part of that as well. The county provides us with a document that we use for that. It's a very stable method of evaluation, and these are all things that you can look at if you need to be looking at some of these things to kind of get yourself ready. You report to the board monthly, so there are areas where if there's something that we are needing and we're not seeing it, we can be communicating with you. If there are areas that you are struggling with, you can be communicating with us. So there's a lot of open communication, but you always have the right to ask as well.
So, yeah, I suppose, can you describe how the various departments work together?
The departments within the county?
Yeah, within
or-
the county, yes.
You will be meeting with the county directly. You are our liaison with the county. So you will have the directors' meetings and meet with those departments frequently. So you'll get a lot of chances for relationship and communication and learning how each fulfills their roles. You also will have a county manager who is a liaison there and can help you understand how these relationships cross-pollinate. You have some very near partners. The Churchill County Museum is of note there because they're right down the street from you. And so many of these are unified by mission and purpose and will run a little bit more closely to you. There is a lot of partnershiping on things like outreach where you might be going together or sending your materials with other people. You may be collaborating with things. And then you also meet together yearly to form your budgets and to listen to how those budgets are created and needed so that you can kind of see where the money is going and where priorities for the different years are. Chris, do you have anything that you want to add? We have the county manager behind you, just in case there might be something that he could give you that I'm not hitting.
You guys are doing a great job.
Right on, right on.
Great to see you here. Well, yes, I suppose, what's your impression? How does the community view the library? It's positive, negative?
I think many of my trustees can get in here and speak very warmly. The community loves their library, and they are very, very interested in having a sustainable and safe library that can serve them. In the past, when we have had points of change or trial, anything that closes the library or makes it less accessible to them has been met with great sorrow from the community. And any place where we have asked our community for support, we have had a huge response. There is a warmth from our community that we're really grateful for. Our county has also responded to us in that way and has offered us resources. And so I think that some of your challenges might be forming relationships with that community so that they feel like they have a space in your library. It'll be meeting you. They'll know the space, but they'll need to know you. Having them meet your programs and finding themselves reflected in your programs, that piece of listening that you were talking about, and finding ways for that communication to track its way into concrete successes. I think that really has been well received by our community. They want to be able to see a direct result of the input that they give us. They're not shy about giving us input, which we really do appreciate. Anything that I'm missing?
I can give you my experience. I took my boys when they were 2 and 4 to the library story time, and I still value that. So, and it's Nevada. Okay, I had to say that.
Our community is not shy about giving input.
Yes.
Not me.
Is there anything else?
Oh, yes. Are there plans for expanding the library? I know, I saw a strategic plan where it said, oh, it would be great for the growth, for the community size, but then I did see a glimpse of the current one where it's not quite in the plan. So what are the thoughts on that?
That's a great question, and it's one that is dear to the heart of our community, too. I can see that you have our previous strategic
Yes.
plan
Yes, I have to
that
go on.
really prioritized growth of the footprint of the library and a library expansion.
Yeah.
Our current strategic plan is prioritizing sustainable, responsible growth.
Right.
Because we are in a different situation right now, one of the things that we need to focus on the most is making sure that we are growing sustainably at levels that our staff can support. We need to grow staff before we grow size in some of these places. And I think that growing relationship and growing our outreach is another focus. I think that the strategic plan that you have in hand there was coming at a time where there was a lot of stability and a lot of the programs were growing larger than the floor space could give. In this case, we've done some creative work with our floor space and our footprint. I think that there is a lot of desire for there to be more space. But I think that we've got a few things in front of that for the upcoming years that we need to be looking at. And then letting our director and the relationship with the county help us understand where we can start to build out that footprint and impact of the library in the future. Does that help? And Maddie, go for it.
I absolutely agree with you, Jessica. I do think that one area where we hear, or at least I hear from when I'm out talking to people I know out in the community, is that it's a struggle when so many students are in there after school because it is loud, because there aren't other areas. I think that our staff has done a great job of dealing with that, but I do think that most of the complaints that I hear would be resolved by a larger footprint. That being said, Jessica very clearly outlined the struggles with that. So there we are.
That's perfect, Maddie. And John, I hate to cut your question short, but we are 5 minutes over our time. Is there anything that I can quickly resolve before we go into a recess?
Oh, well, is there anything that gives you pause about my ability to do this job? Just want to hear anything I can address.
I don't have anything that I would say gives me pause. I think that you have given us a lot of great information and, a lot of great resources. I think we're just going to spend a little bit of time thinking about it and deliberating at this point. And then you're always welcome to just come and meet us and talk to everybody in the community right after.
Okay, yes, that's great.
But thank you so much. We really appreciate your application.
Thank you.
At this point, we will make our decision soon. We've got some work in front of us, and then we will reach out to you as soon as that decision is made. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Let me formally put us on break, because yes, we are taking a break. We will be back in at 3:15. We are at 3:16. I do notice that there are several of us that are still putting the last notes on our radar sheet or on our comments, and so I'm going to go ahead and, because the last interview ran about 5 minutes long, I'm going to go ahead and give us maybe 5 more minutes to complete these papers, because we're going to need to be able to discuss them. So with the, awesome, we've got it, so 5 minutes. Are we ready? Do we feel good? Okay, so we'll call the board back into session. The next thing that we are tasked with is our discussion, deliberation, and selection of candidate to hire. So one of the things that we will need to do is we will need to be able to provide our sheets to HR to do the count for that. And so I think that we can call Kim up to do that. I do have a request. Once we have that count made, I have some notes. I wouldn't mind having some of my notes back to kind of help me keep my brain clear during my conversation, if that's all right. I can do that. I also know that I have sheets that look like this, right? And then talking points that look like this, so it might help me if you don't mind.
Are they, because of open meeting law, don't they stay with you?
They will.
Okay.
I'm just asking for.
Okay, I didn't write, I wrote some notes on here, but.
Yeah, just for my notations during the conversation.
I don't want mine.
And everyone has their names on here.
Yeah, I have my signature. Yeah. I don't know if mine's clear enough.
What's that?
So while Kim is picking these up, I'm just going to run through my understanding of the process, and Kim can clear up any piece of that that I might be missing. So we have handed over our notes and our tally sheets to Kim for tallying up the rating system that we've done. Each of those is put into our individual folders, so we know who's belong to whom, but if you need us to put a signature on that so that you can track it back to the person, we can do that at this time too. Do you need that signature right now or at the end of the meeting? My sheets are in my folder.
You can sign when I give them back.
Okay, so we'll sign and give them back. And then the nature of the discussion is more along the lines of just coalescing any of the thoughts and dealing with anything that might be outstanding. We don't want to get into anything that's overtly personal. We don't want to take things that might be something that we wouldn't necessarily want to have in our public record. Do you have any other advisement for us, Jeff, as we start to go into this?
No, I mean, we talked this morning a little bit about it. Yeah, my understanding is HR will add those scores up, provide just who scored higher, who scored lower. The board can discuss that, and to just keep in mind, I mean, the board can pick one candidate and authorize HR to go make an offer. You can select a second candidate if in case the first one doesn't want to accept the position, unless the second person you decide, if the first person doesn't want the job, then we want to start this process. I mean, there's any number of things you can do, but yeah, to keep that in mind, that if, while discussing, if you have a top candidate and that person doesn't want it, it may be that second candidate who gets the position, and just to keep that in mind. But yeah, to just have that discussion at the end, decide how you want that offer to be made, direct HR to do that, and then depending on what you authorize, we may come back for a final appointment of that position in a week or whatever it may be, but we can discuss that as you guys kind of get to that point.
So come back in a week for a final appointment once that offer has been accepted.
Yeah, I mean, if
Okay.
the direction is, okay, HR, we'll authorize you to go and negotiate this position and offer it to, candidate one, and then if not, then offer it to candidate two. Probably want to just come back in maybe a week or whenever the board wants and say, okay, we've made that offer, here's what they've accepted, and you guys like the terms, they like the terms, and then,
So we will be
approve
setting
that.
a special meeting?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
We have another meeting next week?
it'll depend on, because in the past, there have been authorizations say, we're authorizing you to hire up to step whatever, or
Okay.
to detail those terms out. And so it'll just depend on how you guys authorize that and how you want to proceed forward.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll follow that process through. We'll let Kim get her tallying done, and we'll hold pattern for a second.
I'd like to start by, you guys kicked it out of the park. Those were two of the best interviews that I've had the opportunity to set in on. They were amazing. I enjoyed both of them. Thank you for your hard work, and thank you for picking those two lovely people. Can I tell you my thoughts? Yeah, I can.
Dr. Segura, I think maybe we just wait until the
Oh, okay.
the numbers are tallied, they're
Oh,
presented.
I'm sorry.
and then-
Anyhow, thank you, HR people. You guys were amazing.
I echo the thanks.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that then?
No, you're fine. You're fine saying that.
You are absolutely able to thank. We'll discuss after we've got the information from her.
Jeff, I have a question. Our notes have to be submitted to you guys too, right? All of,
At the conclusion, I believe HR, if you just put everything in your notebook, close it up, provide it to HR, and they'll
okay.
take that.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. I'm sorry. Is this? Okay, I think it came with the paper. Is that yours?
Kim.
Good afternoon, Kim Bronsema, Churchill County Human Resources, excuse me. Thank you for your patience while I tally the scores. Mr. Hong came in at number 1, and then Ms. Collins was a close second. So the scores are very close. So you have a tough decision in front of you.
I really appreciate everything that you put into the process. I appreciate the questions as they've been written and the inclusion of staff input on that, and I appreciate the quality of the candidates. So thank you so much for everything that you've done there.
Yes, thank
At
you.
this time, we are charged with choosing to make an offer to a candidate, choosing whether or not we want to make an offer to the second candidate in the event that the first candidate does not accept our offer, and to also articulate how we want to do that and when we're going to come back to accept that. And so it sounds like, while we had a close race, we do have one that is clearly a top candidate. Do we feel comfortable as a board accepting that top candidate and making the offer to them?
Madam Chairman, I would like to nominate John Hong for our next librarian. And if he doesn't accept, I feel real comfortable with Jennifer. Is that her name, Jennifer?
Jennifer, yes.
Okay, you guys kicked it out of the park. You did great.
I think that I appreciate that, Sue. I think before we finish with the motion, I think that we might still have some room for discussion. Is there anybody in the board that wants to discuss it further depth or would like to see something different come through?
I would love to discuss it more in depth. I'd love to hear your guys and gals' opinions, so we can come to this decision as a cohesive group and not just, it was said and it's done in the end. So I really liked John Hong's communication skills. I thought he was very well. Obviously my communication skills aren't up there. Sorry. I thought he talked very well and eloquently and really is very gung-ho on making the library more than what it is, and not saying that the library isn't up to par, but being short-staffed, it's not quite up to par. So I was very happy about his ideas of outreach. I was very glad that he had mentioned, I'm glad he has had experience with meeting with the board. I think that's good, even though he did it from an employee aspect rather than a director's aspect. I feel like that could be very prominent with building a relationship with us.
I appreciate that, Sari. I think that we had very, very strong candidates here. I think that both of them had some strengths, but I do think that the concrete examples that John was giving, the attention to team building and the attention to partnershiping were things that stood out to me. I did like that he applied a lot of his comments directly to our needs and gave us some opportunities to look at where we could go in the future, opportunities for improvement and growth in a way that he was clearly showing us how he could help us get there, and I thought that stood out to me in this way. Does anybody else have any discussion points that they'd like to bring?
I do. As has been said, both of the candidates were very impressive to me. In almost all the aspects, I felt that they were equally well prepared, and I was very impressed. I did find that each of them had small areas where I felt they lacked experience. I thought these were little things, but because they were both so good, that ended up standing out. For Jennifer, I had the small concern that she did not have experience working with a board. And for John, I had the small concern that he had not done as much fundraising or as much advocacy for funds for a countywide type of institution.
I think that those are both strong observations there. I think that both of our candidates recognize them as well, and we will not get a 110% on anybody. We always have room for growth. I think that there are a lot of people that can reach out and help a willing and interested candidate find their way into some of these skills, and I think that both candidates have shown that they can do that. I think the question is there anything else that we want to put into this conversation that helps articulate our values or our decision-making, and then second would be the motion that we would make. It sounds to me that we are
Excuse me,
comfortable-
there's a motion on the floor.
There is a motion on the floor, correct. Sue's motion on the floor. That would articulate offering to John and then to Jennifer if John does not take that on. Is there any discussion on that motion, or are we comfortable seconding that?
I do want to say that I do think the experience in advocacy, advocating for funds, fundraising that Jennifer has, I think is impressive.
I agree with that, Maddie. I also noted that in her materials. And one of the things that helped me in feeling confident that John could fulfill this duty is that he gave us a lot of examples in resource finding, in partnership building, and the example that he gave us in response to the question, while he himself admitted it was not a fundraiser, it was a community event. It was certainly a friend raiser. He was raising the resources of relationships and people coming in through his library, and he started to give us avenues toward how that could turn towards a fundraiser. It looks like many of the aspects of fundraising he does have experience with. The programming piece, the putting on the event and arranging the event, the budgeting, all of those pieces are there. He just hasn't had something that was specifically named a fundraiser, but the components are there. So I felt like this isn't someone who has not done that. He also hasn't had to work directly with a CLA. He worked through a liaison. We have a strong and active CLA that has a strong history in fundraising and event coordination there. He will not be doing this alone, in my mind.
I think those are great points, Jessica, and both candidates are really good. I think that we would be lucky to have either of them in charge of our library.
Agreed. Is there any other discussion on this or on the motion before we move to a second?
I'll just say I concur with all the comments on both candidates. On the motion, are we making a motion for the candidate and how we are going to let HR offer, or is it just for the candidate and we're going to do another motion for?
I think that the motion that Sue has given us is candidate-specific. We're going to offer to the first candidate and then to the second if the offer is refused. But I think that it would not be untoward to amend the motion to include the steps and the mechanism of it. But
Okay.
you can correct me, Jeff.
Yeah.
I'll add that to my motion if you want me to.
Give us a second. We'll take from Jeff.
However the board wants to, you can do it in two motions. You could approve candidate one, candidate two, and then talk about the specifics, or you could just amend it to include the process.
Then perfect. It's to your pleasure, trustee.
Okay, perfect. I'd like to recommend John for our library director, and our second, if he doesn't take it, is Jennifer. And then I'd like to give direction to the HR, give him as much as he can get. I mean, that's how I feel. Whatever his qualifications and his experience, it's up to you guys.
Thank you, Sue. So to parse that, we would also in that motion authorize HR to make the appropriate offer to the extent that a practical budget would allow, to a step level that the practical budget would allow, and to honor the qualifications of that candidate with an eye towards we do want to be as generous as we practically can with our candidates. Is that a good
Yeah, that's it.
parsing of the judgment of the motion? Is there anything that would give anybody pause in that motion before we go for a second?
No, my only other question is, so HR will also be negotiating things like start date, those kind of things. I don't know if the board wants to or doesn't want to weigh in on that, but there's a couple aspects out there that HR will have to negotiate, but if the board is comfortable with them doing that, then that's fine.
I think that we're getting a lot of nods here. The board is comfortable in allowing HR to make that negotiation as they have done for us in the past, with the emphasis that we do want to have a timely start date. It is very important for our library and the sustainability that we get that permanent director installed as soon as we can, comfortably for the service. Any other things that we need to provide? Okay, it doesn't look like it. It looks like people are satisfied, so the motion is as stands. Do we have a second on that?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Sue and a second from Ryan Zorzik. It looks like we're ready for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye, the motion carries. That also probably leads us to communication and acceptance, so a special meeting to come back through. So in this kind of a circumstance, how much time, Kim, would you need to make an offer, do the negotiation, and then notify us and have us come back? Jeff had mentioned a week, but
I'm thinking a week would normally be sufficient with the holiday, maybe a couple of extra days, plus they're traveling as well.
okay. Okay, so we are looking into, I'm going to pull up my calendar, and I'm hoping that Pam will pull up her calendar as well, so that we can set a good date for that follow-up. That puts us somewhere in the middle of the week of the 8th through 12th. So we're looking at maybe the 11th will have a lot of eventing on it. So I don't think we can take that one. Is it feasible to do something on the 10th or the 12th?
I can't do the 12th, we've got football.
Okay. I'm hearing conflicts on the 12th. Pam, how does the calendar for the county look?
On the 10th, we've got department head meeting in here at 8:30. Those have been going pretty quickly, so I think an hour would be sufficient for them. And then it would be open until like 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon, so if you could do it between those hours.
Does anybody else have conflict on the 12th or the 10th?
I'm on vacation that whole week, so I won't be.
And
here.
out of communication?
I will be out of communication.
Do you feel comfortable, because we will have a quorum, do you feel comfortable letting us handle that decision without you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Okay, so that we're not holding anybody up at the library. That does mean that we need to make sure that we're not losing Sue to the 12th, so football stands.
I am available on the 10th after 11:30.
Okay?
I'm available anytime.
I can move anything around to prioritize this on the 10th. Will that give you enough time? Okay. So Pam, can you give me those hours again on the 10th?
Yes, that would be between 9:30 and 3.
Okay, so I think that this would be a relatively efficient meeting. Do we feel comfortable with the 2 o'clock and giving ourselves an hour?
I'd rather see noon. I don't want to miss any more school.
All right, so noon will be fine with me.
Will that work for you?
Yes, noon
Perfect.
works.
Yes,
Okay.
noon works for me too.
So we are proposing that that meeting be set on the 10th at noon.
Does that work for you guys?
Do we need a specific motion to set that special meeting? We've done our work. Okay, so I will just set it on my calendar. All right, so we've done a lot of work today. Is there anything else that we need to do in order to appropriately acquit ourselves of this task as a board? All right, then it is time for our public comment. Is there anybody that would like to give public comment here? No. I think my only comment in this time is to, again, just really express appreciation for the work that's been done by everybody in this to get us through this point of change. I think that this has really spoken well of our community and of our partners. So thank you again, deeply. And at that, I think we can adjourn.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, everybody.